Hi, how are you guys? Good. So, today we'll be working with a guest artist, Tariqa Waters, the woman in the overalls at the center of the workshop. She's our guest artist this week, and she's going to be working with our resident team of glassblowers to make stuff for her sculptures. We often invite people from outside of the glass world to come and work here. We have a crack team of glassblowers, so if the person is not a glassblower themselves, they can come up with a design, and our folks will make their designs. So just to get you started, I'll give you a quick introduction to how glassblowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. In each of those furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take these steel pipes, they're called blowpipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately, and if we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass. Here's a chunk right now. And we coat that initial bubble with red glass, blue glass, green glass. By the time we blow it up, it looks like it's made out of whatever colored glass we want. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we filled up the furnaces with blue, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we make a green thing, a pink thing, whatever we feel like. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a minute or two, so you have to do whatever shaping or blowing you can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go back to the glory hole, heat it up again, make it soft, and continue to work. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, they take the metal, put it in the fire, work on it a little bit, put it in the fire again, soften it, work on it a little bit. That's the same sort of thing you'll see here. What do you need, Chris? Haven't seen any. What? No. I was going to help you if you're looking for something.
I was just looking for the thing. I don't have one, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to let her know.
Do you guys have any questions so far? Yes. You can overlay the colors don't mix. So they don't mix like paint. You can't take yellow glass and mix it with blue glass and get green. But you can coat yellow glass with blue glass, and when you look through it, it'll appear to be green. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Different metals give you different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So we don't cook up our own colors here, we buy them. We buy them like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue. There's two companies in Germany that do nothing but sell colored glass, and they have like 200 colors. So these bubbles that we're making for our guest artist, Tariqa Waters, are part of an installation that she's going to be doing at the Seattle Art Museum. And she's making a spaceship, and these bubbles are going to become the window, the windshield of the spaceship. You see, maybe if we'll have a little, a little PowerPoint there. See if we can see the spaceship. So Ms. Waters is an installation artist. So the artwork that she does is when the whole room is part of the artwork. Everything, the whole room and everything in it. So she's going to be doing an installation at the Seattle Art Museum this May, the 7th. And so these glass pieces that we're making, there's a spaceship. Yep, it's going to be quite the thing, I imagine. So our part in this at the moment is making all these bubbles. Ms. Waters is often inspired by popular culture, especially black popular culture. And see that giant lunchbox and the Vaseline jar. And so sort of iconic, everyday, ordinary things often make up part of her installations. So working on the floor today is Gabe Feenan. He's one of our main glass blowers here at the museum. He's a very talented artist in his own right and a very skilled glass blower. He's been blowing glass for 29 years. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So when we're done with something, we place it in one of those big black ovens. Those are called annealers. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long, and then at night, they have a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just made them and put them on the table, let it cool on their own, they would break. We're friends with the Hilltop program. It's not, we're not a part of it. So they're completely independent, but we sometimes take interns from there, and so we've had a close relationship with it. But it's yeah, they're Hilltop burners. Yeah, so they have their own thing. They have their own glass studio and everything, but we are very friendly and work with the kids a bunch. mostly in the 80s. I, I built the first furnaces there at the Crown.
Oh, wow. Yes.
1979.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. That's so cool.
I have a little place in my heart for the Crown.
I know. So we were originally thinking Portland and then I saw this. I saw Train. I saw. Yeah. I'm in the right spot. Yeah. This is really great. It's always great working with a new medium. I can only, my heart breaks. Like the whole process of getting it, finding the pieces and the precision of the knot to get it in there. Just, I know, that's what I'm learning. I keep thinking it goes too slow. I was like, oh, pop it.
You gotta stop rolling it, otherwise the glass is not secure.
Right. Do you make work? Like, how long have you been?
I've been working glass for about 50 years.
Oh my God. I knew you were going to say that.
We're getting old.
No, it's good. It's great. I mean, we should all.
I've been professional glass for about 10,
Yeah.
and now
Oh, yes. I mean, that was the question for you. Because the biggest, I'm trying to do the whole irreverence, the population to like equate some of the voice tolerance thing. It's like huge. Yeah, just that's what I want. Like I want you to. Then it was like, well, you have. You're set up for that. Yeah. So then she recommended that powder, the
mica
iridescent.
powder.
Yeah. It does not work. It doesn't work at all. Yeah. So then I was thinking too, like after, like, is there
Well,
something to?
I mean, reducing colors, ones that have that when you're exposing to the flame, the metals come down with a shade.
So they have different colors. They don't all
Yeah,
just.
the colors that have a little bit of extra silver in them,
Right, right,
and when you expose it to a gassy flame, it's called the reducing
right.
flame. The metals come to the surface and they get a metallic sheen to them.
Okay.
So what you want to ask me for is
Right.
reducing.
Okay. Pure, pure. And then they're just adding those two colors, and then just backing it with some paint or pearl. But and then I'm also really just liking clear. Yeah, because that would help with giving me more options.
So, if you just came in, our guest artist is Tariqa Waters, the woman in the overalls here at the sitting at the table, and she's working with our team of glass blowers to make some glass parts for her sculptures. These bubbles are going to be part of a rocket ship sculpture that she's making. It's going to be displayed at the Seattle Art Museum in May. And so we're making all these bubbles of all different sizes, and they're going to become the windshield of the rocket ship. Can we put up some of Miss Waters' artwork up on the big screen? There's, whoa. Can we back up on the rocket ship? See if we get, hold it there for a second. There we go. So Miss Waters does installation art, which is basically makes a whole environment. The whole room is, and everything in it is part of the art. And so this will be an installation at the Seattle Art Museum. And she's here as a guest artist this week to make our make stuff for her sculptures. Do you guys have any questions? She's originally from Virginia, but now lives and works in Seattle and has a art space in Pioneer Square called Martyr Sauce. We have two basic kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what that looks like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees is about as hot as the hottest volcano. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. We want to get something glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the tank of molten glass. We twirl it around. A little bit of glass collects around the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Do you guys have any questions? Another world. What? Gumby. Glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. As long as the steel is cool, this glass won't stick to it. When it's hot, the glass will stick to it. Before we dip the pipes into the molten glass, we heat at the tips of the pipe up, so otherwise the glass won't stick to it. It's that the metal ions are mobile, whereas they're static. They're two held to each other, like the steel sticks to the steel. It's not mobile enough to hook up with the glass. But when it's hotter, the irons are moving around more, they're looser, and they can stick to the glass.
You want the rondelle to be
So if you look up the big screen, we're sifting, I think that's powdered mica onto the surface to give the surface of these bubbles an iridescent feel. We'll melt it on in the round furnaces, the glory hole, then we'll blow the bubbles up.
218, which is the iris gold, is light on the surface. You can start pulling those out too. Just these shouldn't be sharp. There might be some of them that might be. Okay, I'll pull them out. You can pull them out and start, checking them out.
That looks really iridescent. That came out cool. I
It's
like
crazy. It's such a temperature, it's thickness. It's so hard to do consistently.
I like that one. Okay, so
It reacts differently depending on how powerful it is.
okay,
So we're going to be making lots of these little bubbles. We're starting the day with some small ones. The man seated to the left of the workbench, Nick, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel pipe, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes. So one person blows while the other person shapes.
yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Iridescent coating. As we finish each of these bubbles, we'll break them off the metal pipe. We'll put them in an oven called the annealer, where they'll be cooled slowly so they don't break. For some of these bubbles, we're making little wire armatures and blowing the bubble into the wire armatures to get sort of multiple bubbles shapes on each one. The one that Gabe has now is blown into one of these copper wire armatures. Nick on the left is going into our furnace. Behind that door is a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of clear melted glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Where Nick is going over to the pipe cooler on the far right. When we reach into the furnace, sometimes it gets the pipes hot. When they do, we go over to that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. In the center, Nick is shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Does anybody have any questions? So today we're working for our guest artist, Tariqa Waters. Ms. Waters is the woman in the overalls at the right side of the workshop. She's a sculptor and installation artist. And so these are going to become part of an installation that she's doing at the Seattle Art Museum this May. So she needs lots of glass bubbles, and we're making the glass bubbles. So after we blow into these wire cages, it makes several bubble. It gives us a kind of double, triple bubble look. We're just taking the nips and we're cutting the wires off that restricted the bubbles. We'll have that multiple bubble effect. It's called a pipe warmer. The glass will only stick to the hot steel, so we heat the tips of the pipes up so the glass sticks. Just heat up the metal. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the glass furnaces look like inside. So in the bottom of each furnace, there's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. The melted glass is like honey, has the same consistency as honey. We want to get it out. We take one of these steel pipes and we dip it in like we're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks the end of the pipe, and then we blow, blows up like a balloon. Yep. So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Tariqa Waters. Tariqa Waters is a Seattle artist, originally from Richmond, West Virginia. Richmond, Virginia, I think, sorry. She's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make some glass parts for one of her sculptural installations. She's going to be making a rocket ship, and these bubbles are going to form the windshield of the rocket ship. Over to the left of center, you can see Ben, tall guy. He's dipping his pipe into our big tank of molten glass. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. When we blow through the pipe, that ball of glass will blow up like a balloon. The bubbles are going to be the windshield of a rocket ship. Tariqa, our guest artist, is going to make a rocket ship. There's Tariqa sitting there playing with the bubbles. That's going to be the windows of her rocket ship. Pretty cool, huh? Would you guys like to win a piece of glass to take home with you? So let me tell you the deal. You guys tell me a subject that you like in school. I'll ask you a question about that subject. If you get the subject right, you get a piece of glass. Does that sound fair? Do you like math or spelling or history or art? Spelling. And what grade are you in? Second grade? Okay. Can you spell the word boat? Boat. you better. Here. So now we're going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. The scoop shape tool, it's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Correct.
Oh, what? That's so cool. What do you say?
You want to try?
Beautiful. What's your favorite subject? Math.
And what grade are you in?
What grade are you in? What? First?
First grade? Okay. First grade is good.
Oh, got a math problem here. Okay, what is that?
So now keep squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool that he's using is called the jacks, and making the crease is called jacking it down. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So now Nick, seated to the left, is blowing. Our guest artist has made these little kind of copper wire armatures, and when we blow into them, the glass bulges out of the various copper wire armatures. And that's what's giving it the multi-bubble look.
Wrapping the wire around to get the double bubble?
Yes, we make a little thing out of wire,
Yeah.
and then when we blow it,
Can you show them? You gotta hold it out.
correct.
What do you say? Thank you so much. Those are beautiful.
As we finish each bubble, we'll take it over to that big black oven. That's called the annealer. We keep it hot all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there. And then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. For most of the things we work with here, we just cool it overnight. As things get thicker, we may cool them over longer periods. things. We have powdered colored glass, and we also have mica.
Oh, okay. I wondered if it was different colors.
Yeah, I mean we have hundreds of colors.
But I didn't know what he was rolling in.
He's rolling in mica.
Oh, okay.
It's a powdered mica that gives it an iridescent sheen.
Thank you.
But
So Nick in the magenta shirt has rolled his glass in powdered colored glass. And now we go to the glory hole, the round oven. We're going to melt it on. And it's going to give it a kind of amber, slightly iridescent color. All the glass in the furnace is clear glass. If we want to make something colored, we have to coat it with colored glass. There's three reasons why the building is in this shape. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the building is designed to act like a whole building is a giant chimney, basically, so that there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big metal cone-shaped outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. If you look up on the big screen, you can see one of them. They were called wigwam burners. And when the architect, Arthur Erickson, who designed this museum, saw these wigwam burners, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Can we play the old kids design glass? So we look up, we have a little video show you how what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster.
We turn the volume
Pip
down a
is a
little.
baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I'm first it's great.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you're here with kids, it's a contest for kids 12 and younger. There's no lower age. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It's free to enter. Just do the drawing, put it in the box. If your kid doesn't feel like drawing right this moment, you can grab one entry form for each kid, and you can do them at home and mail them in. If we pick your entry, we'll call you up, tell you when we're going to make it. You bring the whole family down, and we'll make them right in front of you. We'll make two, one for you to keep, and one for the museum collection. So we're making wire armatures, and we're blowing the bubble into the wire armature, and the glass expands wherever there's a hole, and it makes these multiple bubbles. Once we've blown it out to its full size, we take a pair of clippers, cut the wire, remove it, and then we'll put the multiple bubble into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Hi. So we have a guest artist today, Tariqa Waters, this lady right here. And she's working with our glass blowing team, and they're making bubbles for the windshield of her spaceship. She's going to be making a spaceship that's going to be part of an installation that she's doing at the Seattle Art Museum. It'll be open in May. And the window of the spaceship is going to be made out of all this collection of bubbles. And so right now our team of glass blowers is just making all sorts of different bubbles. So we're just, Gabe just told me we're changing gears here. We're going to make a big, what's called a rondelle, a big flat disc of glass. They used to make them to make glass for windows. Do we have a rondelle picture? I think we do. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a picture of a rondelle. This is what we call these flat discs. In medieval times, this is how they made glass for windows. They would make a big disc, and they would cut it up into small squares, and each of those squares would be a pane in your window. If you look at, houses and buildings from the 1500s, 1600s, there's no big windows. They were all made up of little panes because they were all cut out of discs like you see here. So we're going to make a big disc, a big rondelle for Ms. Waters' window of her spaceship. And this is going to be pretty big for our hand-making process. We're going to dip the glass into our furnace a number of times. Each time we'll get more glass, coat it, and when we finally have all the glass we need, we'll blow it up into a big ball, and we'll spin it out and make it into a rondelle. Can we put up the rondelle drawing? So just to give you a little idea how that progresses, we make these shapes. We make a big kind of a fat, wide shape. We open it up, open it wide, and then spin it really fast, and the sides flare out and makes a big flat disc. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I see there's a lot of kids here. We have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter the contest. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It's free. If it's not convenient to draw right now, take one entry form for each kid, and then you can do the drawings at home and mail them to the address on the entry form. In the center, Ben is making the punty. He's coating the end of the glass steel rod with a little molten glass. We're going to use that to hold the bubble that makes the rondelle. We're going to use it later on. So in the center, that's Nick in the maroon shirt. He's coated that bubble with powdered colored glass. We've sifted it on in a ventilated booth, and now we're going to melt it onto the surface. The round oven that Nick is heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. It's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we heat it up in the glory hole, make it soft, and we take it back to the workbench, do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. It's a big disc of glass that's going to become part of this water sculpture. Is that what? No, these are bubbles. They're brown. There's a rondelle for the glass. We put up the rondelle photo. That is a rondelle. Look up on the big screen. So traditionally, these were used to make flat glass for windows. You'll see them today. Sometimes you'll see them in the, they'll cut the center out and you'll see it in a little window in a door, like the front door to a house. It has a little belly button sort of thing. Hi, how are you guys?
Yeah, I gotta put this away before it explodes, but there's a lot to it.
Do you guys have any questions? Yes. How do we take the glass off the sticks? We take a tool called the jacks and we make a crease in the glass, and then when we're ready to take it off, we'll drip a little water into that crease. The water will hit the glass and crack it, and then we tap on the pipe and the crack will follow the crease. Kind of like tearing a coupon out of a newspaper. We make a weak spot and then we crack it along the weak spot. So in the center, Nick is shaping the glass using the block. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So now Gabe has taken his pipe over to the pipe cooler. When these metal pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough. We lay the steel pipe in the trough and we spray water on the steel pipe to cool it down. It becomes more important the more glass we have on the end there, because we've got to choke up on it. We can't hold it like this. We want to go far up to get a better leverage. So Gabe, seated to the left, is blowing as Nick, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass. The gray pad in his hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much. It does burn, but not too much. And it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, you can see our newspaper when it's brand new. That's the one underneath. And then you can see one that's been used for a while. But it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper. It's probably one of our most important tools. We're going to add a little more, we're going to add a lot more glass to this. Each time we dip the bubble into our big furnace and coat it with molten glass, it's called taking a gather. And in between gathers, we let the bubble cool and stiffen a bit so that it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the tank of molten glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what our glass furnaces look like inside. We have two of them, one on each side of the studio. They're the machines you see with the doors closed. Each one has a big ceramic pot inside, and in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It was 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant pot of honey. We want to get the glass out. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, if we just spray room temperature water in there, we can pop the bubble. A lot of things we do here are simpler, less sophisticated than you might think. Newspaper, water, wood. So Nick just took a big gather. He's going over to a pipe cooler. We have two of these pipe coolers, one on each side of the studio. He just lays the steel pipe in that trough, steps on a foot pedal, and the pipe cooler sprays the metal pipe with water to cool it down. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. They've hollowed it out already. The first time they dip it in, get a big glob of glass that's solid, and we blow, and it makes a little bubble. It's like, remember when you were a kid and you used to blow bubbles into your milk? Yeah. Well, just like that. So the steel pipe is just a big straw.
So then, will they open it up from where the pipe goes into?
Yes.
Yeah, and on the other side.
Can we put up the rondel drawing? So we're going to make it into this kind of narrow, shallow bowl shape. And we'll open up wider, 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 and then we'll spin it really fast. The sides will flare out and make a flat disc. So this is how, one of the ways they used to make window glass back in the Middle Ages. And our guest artist Tariqa Waters wants us to make a big rondelle to act as part of the window of her spaceship. So today we're working with our guest artist, Tariqa Waters. Tariqa is the woman with the blue hair at the center of the workshop. She's going to be having an exhibition at the Seattle Art Museum. And she's here for a week working with our resident team of glassblowers, making glass parts for her installation. So she's going to be making a spaceship, and these bubbles are going to be the window of the spaceship, and the rondelle is going to back these up. We put up some of Ms. Waters' artwork up on the big screen. There's a model for the spaceship. It's going to have all these big bubbles as its main window. What? Not as good. There you go. You can't have it like any time. So now we're letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And then we're going to dip it in the big tank of molten glass again. We're going to take another gather. You look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of our guest artist artwork. Ms. Waters is an installation artist. Installation to mean that she makes an artwork that's basically a whole room or a whole environment made up of multiple objects. She often works with images from popular culture, especially black culture. And there's always a bit of humor and fun to the kind of things that she does. We often, Ms. Waters is not a glass blower. She's a sculptor and an installation artist. We often invite artists from other mediums to come and work here in our studio. We have a crack team of glass blowers, and if the artists themselves are not glass blowers, then they come up with designs, and our team of glass blowers make their designs. The folks blowing the glass today was Gabe Feenan sitting at the center workbench, Nick Davis to the left turning the pipe, and Ben Cobb, the tall guy at the center. These guys all work for the museum full time. They're all very experienced glass blowers. Gabe, who's leading our team today, he's been blowing glass for 29 years. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air. And it's just a hot chamber. There's no glass in there. It's just for heating and softening the glass so we can work on it. The longer he leaves it in there, the softer the glass will get. He's going to shape the glass in the block. We have these blocks, these scoop-shaped tools. We have them in various sizes. They're all made out of wood, usually some kind of fruit wood, cherry, pear, or apple. The fruit woods are dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. So Nick is seated to the left. He's the guy that's blowing. As Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Ben, standing up, is helping Gabe turn the pipe. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Yes. Is the glass easy to make? It's kind of hard. You have to practice. But if you try hard, you can do it. So the color of this bubble is a very mild tinted pink. The color that you're seeing, that orange, that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When it cools down, it'll have just a very slight pinkish tint. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So now we're going to shape the glass a little bit on that steel table. This steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. Hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip our pipes into the molten glass, we have to heat the tips of our pipes up so the glass will stick to it. When we roll it against the room temperature table, it doesn't stick. Where do we get the material to make the glass? We buy what's called batch. Batch is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all proportioned out. And we buy it from a company in North Carolina called Spruce Pine Batch. And they make a mixture that's specially suited to this type of hand glass blowing. It's formulated to harden slowly, so it gives us a chance to shape it. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. So it's a little different. The basic chemistry is the same. The proportions are different. We get it from Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina. Gabe's shaping the bubble with the newspaper. Ben is holding a wooden paddle in front of Gabe's arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat. It's like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. So Ben's rolling out what we call the farm equipment. Is a little mechanical device to help us deal with getting a gather on a big piece. We're going to set it up in front of the furnace, and we'll use it as a support as we coat this bubble with even more glass. So we're going to let this bubble cool and stiffen a bit. When we're making something really big, we do what's called gathering on a post. We make the crease in the glass, and this next time when we dip it into the molten glass, we'll only coat the bubble up to that crease. That'll make the bubble more stable. It won't be flopping around as much when we coat it with the molten glass. Going over and over to the farm equipment. We're ready for our final gather. Each time we coat the bubble with glass, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. So here we go. We dip it in our tank of molten glass. We twirl it around till the bubble's entirely coated and supported by our farm equipment or mobile yoke. The weight is deceptive because it's way out on the end of that pole. It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. These guys are really strong, but you'll see they're putting their backs into it. When we're dealing with something that's this heavy, we try not to have to lift it too much. So we try to transfer it from yoke to yoke. We put up the glory hole diagram. So we're heating in that big round oven. It's called the glory hole. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Gabe is heating the glass in the glory hole, making it soft so we can shape it. And then pull it over to the block. So now Gabe is shaping it with a double pad of newspaper. Ben, sitting to the left, is blowing. And we're just blowing it up like a balloon. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. You have to speak a little louder. People are talking. The first step, when we first start out, we just have that steel pipe. We dip it in the melted glass, and then we blow through the tube, and we make a little bubble. And we let that harden. That's the first step. You'll notice that Gabe has a silver sleeve on. That sleeve is made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material to shield his arm from the heat. So now Ben, seated to the left, is blowing, as Gabe, sitting at his workbench, shapes the glass with the double pad of wet newspaper. What we use the blowtorch for? The blowtorch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. If we need the heat in a particular place, we use the torches. So he wants to heat up the glass nearer to the pipe. He wants to expand that more, so we get that extra hot when we blow. That section will expand more than the section at the end. Yes? How does the metal not melt? The melting temperature of the metal is a higher temperature than the melting temperature of the glass. The glass right now is probably about 1600 degrees. The steel melts at about 2800 degrees. Yes. Yes. Gabe checking the dimensions, the calipers. So Ben is blowing as Gabe is shaping it. Gabe is the man in the hat. Does anybody have any questions? It's going to be a rondelle. Can we put up the photo of the rondelle? So it's going to be a big disc of glass, and our guest artist is going to use the rondelle as part of her sculpture, her spaceship sculpture, and it's going to back up all these bubbles. So our guest artist is Tariqa Waters, the woman with the blue hair, just to the right of center. She's here all week working with our resident team of glassblowers to make glass parts for her sculptural installation, which will be exhibited at the Seattle Art Museum starting May 7th. And all these glass parts we're making are going to be part of a spaceship, believe it or not. Gabe is squeezing the glass with the jacks, making that sharp crease a little sharper and tighter. That crease is the place we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. We're going to transfer this to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. The top is now attached to the metal pipe. The torch is a propane and air torch. It has a 3,500 degree flame, and the torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. Gabe's going to put on a Kevlar apron. He's going to get close to that mass of glass, and it's hot. It radiates a lot of heat. There you go. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold this bubble from the bottom while we shape the top. Gabe will make a little notch in the punty so we have a place to break it off cleanly. When he feels the bond between the punty and the bubble is stiff enough to bear its weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll use water to break the glass. Gabe's heating up that neck. Oddly enough, when the glass is hot, it's easier to break cleanly. He's sharpening that notch with the jacks. Now he's going to drip water where we want the glass to break. The water will start a crack. The crack will follow the notch, a little tap, and off it comes. Yeah. So now we have our rondelle held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? Has anybody got any questions in this section? Yes. How do you make glass of many colors? We just melt different pieces of colored glass into the surface. So if we want a red dot, we melt a piece of red glass there. If we want a red stripe, we may take a rod of red glass and we melt it into the surface. What? What is the server? Onto the surface. S-U-R-F-A-C-E. That's junk because it picks up iron from the pipe, so we can't use it again. The glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients. Can we put up the ingredient slide? So glass is made from sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those 3 ingredients into our big furnace, cook them overnight at 2400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. That glass will be clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, we'd add a 4th ingredient, usually some kind of metal, to make the color. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. We're going to blow a little air into the opening. The tool that Gabe was using was called the soffietta. It has a metal cone on the end. The cone makes a seal with the opening, and we blow through that central tube. It's called soffietta. It's from the Italian verb soffiare, to blow. Torches allow us to concentrate the heat in a particular place. If you look at the glory hole, the oven that he's heating it up in, you notice it has several sets of doors. As we open each set of doors, it exposes a larger opening. Right now, we want to sort of keep it closed, sort of keep the heat in, and also to save wear and tear on the glass blower. So his assistants will open and close those doors as he goes in and out. you guys have any questions? You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know?
I've been here a million times. So.
Do you always have to leave the glass in there overnight, like for it to get mixed and everything? Does it really take that long every single time?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So like you have to prepare. You can't just come in and do something. You have to have it prepared for the next day. If you want a specific color or anything, you have to make sure you do that hours in advance to get it to cook.
Not the color. It takes about 20 minutes to heat up the color.
Oh, okay. So, but to get the glass mixture stable, it takes time.
No, not really. I mean, once we're done, we cool it slowly overnight.
Yeah.
But we don't have to do it when it starts. We just dip it in and get to work. The furnaces are on 24/7. The furnaces are on all the time. It's always molten. All the glass in the furnace is always liquid. She needs a piece of glass for her. So we're getting ready, I think, for the final heating. We're going to heat this glass up in the glory hole with the doors wide open, and we're going to spin it really fast. The sides of that shape will flare out and make a big flat disc. One of the glass blowers has put on a Kevlar suit. He's going to carry the finished rondelle to our annealing oven. So we're getting ready for the big spin. So we'll get it as wide open as we can in the heat of the glory hole. And we come out. We'll spin it. So he's getting that glass really hot and soft. Here we go. We'll make sure it's nice and flat with the paddles. Checking the dimensions. So once again, we're going to use water to break the joint between the punty and the rondelle itself. We'll just drip water on that joint. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the metal pipe will release it. Here's the water. Nick in the silver suit is ready to catch it. There's the tap. We take it in our back where we have a large annealing oven, and it'll get cooled slowly overnight. When these guys come back, I want you to give them a big giant hand. Okay, let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Nick Davis, and our guest artist, Tariqa Waters. So I think that's lunch. Oh. Okay, so not quite lunch yet. Does anybody have any questions? The glass furnaces are 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. That's where we keep the big tanks of molten glass. 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, these are called annealers. They're for cooling the glass down slowly after we've finished it. Right near the speaker.
So, if you have leftover glass, or say you get a piece and it didn't come out, can you just remelt it down?
Can we remelt the leftover glass? Yeah, we can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because the furnaces, our furnaces, are all clear glass, so we can throw the clear back in the clear furnace. In a big factory, you would have separate furnaces for each color, and so you could collect the red scrap and throw it in the red furnace, but we don't have that here.
These guys get burnt very often?
Nope.
That's amazing to me.
Sorry, I hate to disappoint you.
Well, you know, if you're a cook, you're going to cut yourself once in a while.
Yeah, well, they get little burns the way you might if you worked in a kitchen, but no more serious than that. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. Oh, we're going to continue. We're going to make some more of these bubbles for our guest artist. We're going to make some of those small ones.
We're going to make some more rondelle after lunch, but yeah, we'll make a couple of like small bubbles before lunch.
So they're going to take a couple of minutes, cool off, and then we're going to make some more bubbles, and then lunch. Era. So Ben's sitting at the bench is blowing. Gabe has these wire loops that our guest artist has created. We're going to blow the bubbles into the wire loops, and we're going to get these kind of multiple bubble shapes. Tariqa, our guest artist, she's not a glass blower. We invite people from outside of the glass world to come and work here. If they're not glass blowers, then they come up with design, and our team makes their design. He's a very talented guy. So we're making some of the smaller bubbles for our guest artist, Tariqa Waters. These are going to become part of an installation she's doing at the Seattle Art Museum. Will be opening on May 7th. She's going to make a spaceship, and these bubbles are going to be the windshield of the spaceship. Tariqa Waters is a installation artist, originally from Virginia, now living and working in Seattle. She has an art space called Martyr Sauce in Pioneer Square. Can we put up some of Tariqa's artwork up on the big screen? There's a little model for her spaceship. That slider. Tariqa makes these installations that draw on popular culture, often black popular culture. This is Diane Carroll from the Julia series. So her installations are whole rooms where all the objects become part of the artwork. Above the after. So our guest artist is Tariqa Waters, the woman in the overalls at the center of the workplace, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make these glass parts for her sculptures. She's going to be making a spaceship, and all these bubbles are going to become part of the spaceship. She wants a lot of bubbles, so we're making some more. So that's what we're making right now. She's made some small wire loops. We're slipping the loops around the glass bubble, and when we blow, it expands through the little loops, and we get multiple bubbles attached to each other. So we're making them in all different shapes and sizes. As we finish each of these bubbles, we have to cool it slowly so it doesn't break. So we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where they'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Over on the right, you'll see one of our glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished bubble to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Almost everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. If we don't do that, the glass will break. We use water. You squirt with the wet file. Break it off the metal pipe. We'll take that torch and melt the edges where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and into our annealing oven. And I think that is lunch. Am I right? That's lunch. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We'll be taking our lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, see you guys in an hour. There's our cafe.
Oh, you have a cafe? Is that where you go?
Yes.
Closest thing?
That is the closest thing. There's a kind of expensive Mexican restaurant on the left side of the plaza. There's a deli on the right side of the plaza. I mean, if you go all the way up to the bridge and go across the Pacific Avenue.
Oh yeah, there's stuff on Pacific.
And all that, yeah, a bunch of places on Pacific. But if you just want something quick and easy, our cafe is right here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I was just getting a little spiel together to give to you all. So if you didn't know already, we have a visiting artist in our hot shop today. I was just chatting with her up in the front. Her name is Tariqa Waters. And she's been here working on these various art pieces since Wednesday. She works with so many different kind of mixed medias and is really focusing heavily on glass and wood for this one really large project that she has coming up. And this is going to be a rocket ship. The piece that we're seeing on the floor is actually going to be the windshield for the rocket ship, so it's going to be right front and center in the piece. And I believe that we have an image of the wood base for this rocket ship, if we could have that up on the screen. Yeah, there we go. So I just wanted to point this out specifically for anyone that hadn't seen this yet, up on the screen now. There are already a couple of glass pieces incorporated into this, but Tariqa's idea is to have all these really bubbly shapes creating that front windshield. There's going to be roundness to it overall, kind of a half sphere shape with the larger bubbles being in the center and then maybe a little bit of bubbles kind of spilling out over the sides of the windshield. So it's going to be a really big piece of artwork. And yeah, it's really impressive. We are seeing the second rondelle for this project. Apparently there's going to be a large disc of glass underneath all these bubbles, which those large circular panes of glass, those are called rondelles. And these are impressively large pieces of glass. So I'm excited to see them make it. But yeah, we're getting started over on the left bench. I'll just continue to follow along in the process, and if anyone has any questions about the visiting artists or just about the glass in general, I've got lots of information I can give to you. Oh, and something super important, this piece is going to be displayed at the Seattle Art Museum on May 7th. So if you want to see the final results in person, please check that out. Yeah, to January 7th, she said. I'll write that down just in case anyone else is curious in the future. And yeah, Tariqa is a Seattle-based artist, so she works on a lot of her own art in various places in Seattle, and she even had originally created one of her own galleries. And this started as a place called Martyr Sauce, which apparently turned into a pop art museum called Miss Pam. And then that transitioned into a TV show, apparently. So this project that she has going on, this gallery, has continuously transitioned and turned into so many different things, which she has given others opportunities to thrive through as well. So just to describe the process a little bit, we've already gotten our first layers of glass and we've started gathering layers of color on top of this. And the way that we're coloring our glass today is through glass powder. So just as you might imagine, it's just really finely crushed colored glass to the point of it being this powder texture. And we sprinkle this on top multiple times to make sure we have a pretty decent color layer. And I believe that's what we used for these pieces as well. So if you look close enough, you will be able to see a little bit of a texture to them. There are many different ways to color glass, but this is what we're going with today. Yes, so in the hot shop, we actually have to start with clear glass. So the large tanks with the closed doors, like what's behind Gabe over there, and then over on the right over here, those are glass furnaces, which hold pools of molten glass inside of them at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Thanks for getting me started on this spiel. And yeah, we quite literally just stick our pipe inside of that glass and then turn, and we gather up a ball on the end. And that's how we have to start all of our projects to begin with. Then we have to apply colored glass to get color in the glass at all, which colored glass has different metals and minerals inside of it, such as gold chloride. That's one of the more expensive colors, which creates some pinkish purple tones. And we do not make any colored glass ourselves. We instead get it shipped in these various forms: powder, solid color, bar. And luckily we got to see a little example of them using, well, big example of them using the glass furnace. So each time we get a layer of glass, it's called a gather. Yeah, our glass is a soda lime glass. So there are many different types of glass in the world, and a few of them are used as art glasses. Soda lime glass is a little bit more commonly used, and it has soda ash and limestone, but of course mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. Now this is a little bit of an odd tool. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked with water. And this pad is able to kind of just reshape the glass. It's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the piece. Yeah, I know people are always surprised by the lack of quote-unquote safety equipment. Like, people are like, why aren't you wearing gloves? Or, you know, wear special sunglasses or something to block the light. And honestly, I have seen glass artists wear gloves before, but sometimes it could be dangerous to wear them in the first place. The heat will build up inside of them, and then by the time it's hot, it's kind of too late. You have to find a way to rip it off while also handling that hot piece of glass at the same time. So it's better to just realize what things are hot and what things are not hot, and then just avoid touching those areas. And this is one of our mini pipe coolers. Well, okay, one of many, one of two. This is a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. That's why you see some steam rising. We're just getting a better grip on the pipe closer to the glass. Well, this is the longest part of the process right here, where we just get all the glass we need. I think it's usually the longest part of the process anyways, because what we have to do is we get a layer of glass, we get maybe any color we need, we round it and shape it out, and then we blow it just a little bit to make sure that bubble is expanding exponentially with the glass. And we have to let this sit and cool down before we gather our next layer of clear. So that's why we're just kind of hanging out at the bench for a while. If we have the glass hot all the way through, then when we get that fresh layer of clear, it's going to start moving around. We could lose the shape of the bubble that we worked so hard to get. We want to make sure everything stays super symmetrical. So once this part is over, where we get all the glass we need, that's when we actually start to blow into the end of the pipe quite a bit, and we'll start doing a lot of shaping and actually turning it into our piece. So that is definitely more of a critical point of the process. And I know we've already used this tool a few times, but I just want to mention this is called a block. We use it to kind of smooth and even out that fresh layer of glass so that the bubble does blow out evenly. Otherwise, we have kind of these hot and thick patches across the piece. These are carved out of a fruit wood usually, which apparently saturate with water better. And they are kept in water 24/7 to make sure that they don't dry out or burn when we go and use them. Oh, and you could see Nick wearing a glove right here on his left hand. This isn't the hand that he works with the glass with, obviously, but we're using a glove just to get some better grip on the pipe and actually be able to turn faster as this builds up more mass. Also, I just want to emphasize as we're continuing to gather layers of clear, this is an insanely large amount of glass. I don't think you'll usually see anyone working with this large of amount of glass. And this is a really big hot shop. There are professional studios where you can rent out time. And then there's this place where we just have a live audience, and it seems kind of casual, right? But this is a super professional space. These furnaces we're using are huge, and you won't really be able to find that anywhere else or many other places. So at a certain point, it becomes kind of difficult to hold that block up to the glass and rotate the glass super evenly and just focus on all those different things at the same time. So they'll put the block on the bench itself and start to roll the glass inside of it from there. And just to explain a little bit of science behind the block, the idea is that we're creating a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood. The light and frost effect, it's evaporating the water so quickly that the materials aren't touching. So hopefully we're not burning the wood very much, and we're not going to shock the glass from water touching the glass. Yeah, whatever weight the glass is, the leverage of it being all the way on the end of the pipe apparently makes it feel probably about 4 or 5 times as heavy as it actually is. So even if we're only working with something that's like 25 to 30 pounds, if you multiply that in your mind, you can see why they struggle to kind of lift and work with this so much. Yeah, at this point we are starting to blow up this glass a little bit. So Nick has his mouth on the end of the pipe. We're actually using this pipe as a straw. And technically that means we can pull air back out. I was just telling someone about this earlier, but sometimes we'll purposefully deflate the glass by sucking air out of the bubble. And it's not as scary as it sounds. There's no heat that comes out from that. And we're just continuing to use the papers to kind of guide which way it blows out. And yes, we do need to put water on those eventually. Yeah, so I will give a whole little overview again and catch you up. I'm not sure if there are any other new people anyway, so this will be a good time. Yeah. Could I have the image of the rocket ship up on the screen, please? So just real quick for anyone that's recently joined, I just wanted to point out our visiting artist in the front, Tariqa Waters, and she's the one who designed these pieces of glass, and this is what we are kind of putting all the glass towards on the screen. So this is a huge piece of artwork. This is made out of wood. It's about 9 feet long, Tariqa said. And this kind of flat end you see on the left, this is where they are going to be creating a windshield for the rocket ship. And the idea behind the windshield is we'll have a glass rondelle, which is a large circular pane of glass. And this will be covered in these bubbles of glass down on the floor. And Tariqa's laying them out, just trying to figure out which orientation she likes best for the piece. She told me the idea is to have the bigger ones in the center so that we actually have a dome shape for the windshield. And then maybe have some bubbles kind of spilling out over the sides a little bit to cover up that edge where the window connects to the rocket ship. But yeah, this is a huge piece of artwork. It's going to be displayed at the Seattle Art Museum from May 7 to January 7. So you guys will have ample opportunity to check it out. Yeah. So what we've done with the bubble at the center bench, we did start to blow it out and work with it a little bit. But the idea behind it this time is we've created something called a jack line. This divot in the glass is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. So this is our breaking point. And we are going to gather again. We're going to get more glass on top of this. But instead of gathering it all the way onto the pipe like we had been doing over and over again, we are going to gather up to that line that we created instead. So we're going to be getting a little bit less glass overall, a little bit less weight, but that area where the glass is connected to the pipe, we're obviously not going to use that anyways. So it's just kind of saving some glass. So for this next gather, because the glass is getting so large, we're going to have a hard time supporting the weight in bringing this glass back out of the glass furnace. So we're using this piece of equipment to support that weight as we come back out. And that door is only so wide, so we can only make the glass bubble so wide as well and be able to fit in there a certain amount of times. So there we've just gone over to the pipe cooler again. And yeah, for those who have recently joined in, just to briefly share this project we're working on, this is going to become a rondelle, which is a large circular pane of glass. I think they used to actually use them for windows, for example, before they had just machinery equipment that produced glass windows. But these are really impressive. They are very large, these ones that we're making specifically, because they're supposed to go underneath these glass bubbles that our visiting artist Tariqa right here is working with. I believe that they'll be as wide as this sort of plastic perimeter we have. And this is apparently the second rondelle we're working on. I didn't get to see the first one, but this is a huge amount of glass. So I just want to share once again that this is probably something you'll never see again. This is just an insane amount of glass. You know, I actually just got a question about that. So just to share with the rest of the audience, how are we going to attach these pieces of glass together, the rondelle and these bubbles? Tariqa said that she's hoping to cut these bubbles in half so that they rest kind of flat against the rondelle. And then I believe, this hasn't been shared with me, but I believe that they are going to be cold attached, probably using a glue or a resin or an epoxy of some kind. This would be basically impossible to connect all together in the hot shop. There's too many thin components, and it's just a huge piece of glass. So those are the ones from, well, you know, that's a good question. I bet you these ones are from Wednesday. They're probably annealing them for about a day and maybe just leaving them a little bit longer. They are relatively thin pieces of glass. The thicker they are, the longer they have to stay in. So I think that they could even get away with probably about 12 hours, but it really depends on exactly what they're putting in the annealer. Which, oh, I don't know if I pointed out the annealers to you guys, but they're these large black boxes on the far walls. And eventually when we finish this rondelle, it's going inside of one of them, which sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we just press a button and it's programmed to slowly come down, so we don't have to do too much from there. Yeah, this is a massive amount of glass, but as I shared earlier, it's the leverage that really kills us. So if a piece is only 30, 35 pounds on the end of a pipe, it could still feel like it's over 100 pounds just because it's got all that leverage against you. And I've noticed personal experience and watching these guys, if the glass is really hot and it's moving a lot, you're having to put so much more effort into keeping it on center rather than if it's cold, about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that's cold, sitting on the end of the pipe, then it's not going to be moving at all. So we're continuing to use the papers. We're pushing onto the end of the bubble a little bit and continuing to blow. And the idea in making a low bowl or a plate or a rondelle is we want to create a wide squat bubble to start off with. So when we do open it up, it has a nice flat bottom. If we have this really round shape to start off with, then we really have to continue to lower and lower and lower those walls. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone start off with a shape like that anyways, but Yeah, we are going to continue to blow this out into what I kind of like to call maybe an M&M shape. I know I haven't talked about this torch yet, so just to mention, this is our fluffy torch. It runs around the same temperature as the holes that we're using to reheat the glass inside of, so about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're using this torch to just heat up a section of glass at a time. Sometimes this is to balance heat out, or maybe we just want to focus on working on just that one area. I think in this case, we're heating up the area that's colder and therefore thicker so that we can blow it out more. And you could see here that we have to open up the doors to be able to fit inside of the hole at this point. This is producing a lot of heat, so we're using this wooden shield to protect Gabe's hands and face and body as he's standing in front of the hole. And now we're using gravity to shape the glass. So Ben is capping the end of the pipe with his thumb, making sure the glass doesn't collapse. And as they angle it up towards the ceiling, this is squatting the glass down onto itself, as you can see. Once again, just going for that really low, wide shape to start off with. So we're watching this glass really close, just making sure that it's staying on center. And Gabe has a piece of chalk in his hands. I believe he's going to use this to mark center of the quote-unquote bottom of the piece. It's not really a bottom for a rondelle, but we are creating a target for us to hit when we bring over another pipe with some clear glass as an attachment point and attach it to the bottom of the piece. And we're just overall keeping this glass warm right now. We're not trying to work with it at the moment. So we've just brought that second pipe over. And this is attached right to the center, the end of our bubble, right in that target. And this was made in such a way that it's supposed to be the shape of a crown. It's called a crown punty. So we have a little gap of air in between that connection between the pipe and the bottom of that piece. So when we go to break the piece off, I think that this makes it a little bit easier to break off in general because there is that gap. It doesn't break the bottom of the piece. And we have created a small divot in this connection using those two blades. This is supposed to make it really easy to break off later on when we're completely finished. And now for one of the exciting, well, one of the more exciting points where we actually break this piece of glass off of its original pipe. So we apply some water, creating thermal shock in that connection. These small cracks form. And then all we should have to do is tap the pipe and that piece comes right off. It's definitely a milestone in a piece of glass once you break it off of that original pipe. But this is where we actually start to open this up and flare it out into that rondelle shape. So this is going to become even larger, even wider than it is now. Yeah, while this connection is still hot, they're just making sure the piece is on center. And if it's off center at all, they'll put the heavy end or the wonky side up on top and let it kind of fall back on center. And could I have Tariqa's artwork up on the screen, please? So while we're heating up this piece of glass, we just broke it off of that previous pipe. That connection is usually a little cold, so we have to heat it up for quite a bit of time. And while we have time, I just wanted to show off some of Tariqa's artwork. If we could have that up on the screen, please. If not, then maybe later. But eventually we'll have that up on the screen. Maybe whenever we don't have an exciting point in the hot shop. And now that we have quite a bit of heat applied to the front, Gabe is first going in with the jacks, those two metal blades, and he's angling them and slowly starting to push out. And that quick move right there, that cone shape tool, this is a Sophietta. Obviously we used it to reinflate the glass. And just a little reminder, since we have had some new people join in here and there, if you guys ever have any questions after I give a little spiel explanation as to what we have going on, then feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It could be questions about the glass, about our visiting artist, who is right up in the front, the blue hair. Her name's Tariqa Waters. So she designed these pieces that we're seeing made during this residency, such as the ones on the floor right here, and the rondelle that we're making in the hot shop. This is a huge piece of glass, and it's going to be kind of underneath or behind these bubbles of glass right here. And we still have a lot of work to do. After all these pieces are done in the hot shop, they have to go through a process called cold working, where we actually grind, polish, cut, and work with the glass while it's cold. And so these bubbles, Tariqa's hoping to cut in half so that they rest flat against the rondelle. And the rondelle is going to be mounted onto a rocket ship that she has made. It's about 9 feet long. It's made out of wood. And there's this space carved out for the windshield. So this is the windshield of a rocket ship. It's a huge project, once again. So pretty exciting to see this massive amount of glass in the hot shop. And this does have some color on it. It's a little bit hard to see right now, but hopefully as it cools overnight or over the next day or two, we'll be able to see that color a lot better. And this piece is going to be displayed at the Seattle Art Museum from May 7 to January 5th. I just got an exact updated date from Tariqa a moment ago. So to continue this really wide, flat shape, we're using a special tool called the pachofis, and these are 2 wooden blades instead of 2 metal blades. So we're using the tips of them to actually push against the inside of the piece. Usually if we were to do this with other tools, such as those metal blades, the jacks, this would cause gouging and scraping. But with the wooden blades, it just gently pushes it outward and expands it from the inside. So we're able to expand it by the base, or by, I want to call it the foot, but it's not a foot, but I think you all know what I mean anyways. So we're just slowly expanding this, and it's really fun to watch how they finish this. Usually to finish a rondelle, a plate, a wavy bowl, we heat the crap out of it. And then we spin it super fast, which flares it outward from centrifugal force. So it's almost like magic. They go in there, they get it hot, they come out, and it's done. It's very satisfying. And I believe once we flare this out, it's going to be a little bit risky. Actually, I don't know if we'll be able to fit inside of that hole again. So we've got to get our final heats now, flare it open, and then immediately break it off and put it away. So we already have Nick, who's gotten suited up in his big shiny suit and Kevlar gloves. He's going to physically pick up and hold on to this piece of glass while they break it off of the pipe. So you can see how fast Ben is spinning this piece of glass. It's also holding it up at a very slight angle, hopefully pushing that glass down onto the pipe a little bit, just evening everything out. Once again, just like magic, this piece is done. I know it's super impressive, but don't celebrate too early because we have to put it away still. We're flattening both sides of the piece with these 2 very large wooden paddles, straightening everything out. So we're heating up this area of the glass called the punty. We're just making sure that everything is evenly warm, and then we'll go ahead and apply some water to this connection point. And just like earlier, this is causing some thermal shock in that connection point, hopefully enough to just tap the pipe, and it should pop off. And the way that they break rondelles off is a little bit scary. They grab it and they twist. Let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that rondelle. Seriously, I think that's the largest rondelle I've ever seen made in this hot shop. I've been here for about 2 years. But this has gone inside of the annealer in the back, so they've seemingly disappeared around the corner. This box is just like the ones on our far walls. They sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and they will slowly cool this glass down overnight. I can hear them celebrating in the back, so that means that they put it away safely. And can we show us some of Tariqa's artwork now, please? Well, I guess I should point out that we do have some of Tariqa's artwork up on the front pedestal right there. I'm not sure why the slideshow isn't working today. I'm sorry, guys, but just having some technical issues. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention at any point. And I'm sure that we are going to continue blowing glass. We'll probably see some bubbles like these, but they're definitely going to take just a 5-minute break, get some water, and rest their muscles a little. Yeah, I know a couple of new people have joined here and there, so I just want to let you know real quick that we just finished a huge project. And whenever we work with really large amounts of glass, the artists will take just like a 5-10 minute break, and they're getting some water and just resting their muscles for a minute. So we will be continuing to blow glass until 5 p.m. We'll probably see some bubbles like what you see on the floor right here being made, and some prep work for the later days. This residency of Tariqa's lasts for 2 more days, so she goes through Sunday. And Tariqa is the woman in the blue hair up in the front right here. She's our visiting artist today. And this is a huge project that we are working on. All these bubbles are going to be assembled and placed on top of a rondelle. And what a rondelle is, if you don't know, it's just a large pane of circular glass, basically. But it's made handmade in the hot shop. That's what we just finished. But this is going to be mounted onto a rocket ship that Tariqa has made, a wooden rocket ship that's about 9 feet long, which is why the window is so huge. And it'll be displayed over at the Seattle Art Museum from May 7 to January 5. So I think that's about 6 months. It's going to be displayed for quite a little while. Wait. No, that's, yeah, I don't know. And if anyone ever has any questions for Tariqa, feel free to grab my attention. I can always relay information back and forth between you guys. And I could also give you a little overview of the hot shop. My job is to entertain you. So, first off, the way we start our projects is inside of the glass furnaces. And those are the tanks with the closed doors specifically. So we have 2 of them. And yeah, these quite literally hold a pool of molten glass inside of them in a giant ceramic crucible at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's all just clear glass to start off with. So these colors are all coming from a glass powder that we're rolling or sprinkling on top of the glass. And as for these open face furnaces, these are used to reheat the glass only, so there's nothing physically inside of them. And they are a little bit hotter, up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we're working with some impressive temperature in the hot shop. So we are getting started again over on that left bench already. And yeah, just as I explained earlier, we're going to see some more of these bubbles blown. So I'm not sure exactly how big this one is going to be, if this one is going to be blown into a wire cage like some of these were. So these ones that have the divots inside of them, or they look like kind of bubbles that are stacked on top of each other. The way that they created those is by blowing the glass into a wire cage, which was then cut off of the final pieces. And on the screen we have our slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. So this will just show off some of Tariqa's past works. You can kind of get an idea of what her art will turn out to be. So that pink rocket ship you just saw on the screen just a second ago, that was exactly what we are going to be mounting all this glass on top of. Yeah, this is going to be a huge project. So back over to the left bench. Nick has already gotten some color on this bubble of glass. Once again, we all start from just clear glass. And the way that he's gotten this color is by rolling the clear glass inside of these dishes that you see on the screen sitting on that table. So we've picked up a little bit of powder. And all of these are themed kind of gold and pink. So this bubble that we're making is going to end up pretty spherical. We've already gotten our color once again. We've gathered some layers of clear over top of this to build up a little bit of mass so we have more material to work with. And now we'll actually start to blow it out pretty soon into a shape, kind of like these large spheres once again. And yeah, some of these bubbles had wire cages. This one, once again, is not. It's just going to be that round sphere shape. So just walking through the process a little bit. This is a block, this wooden spoon shape tool. We're smoothing, evening out all of this glass so that the bubble blows out evenly from within. We already do have some air inside of this piece. You just kind of can't see it underneath that color and because of all the heat. And then we'll use these pads. This pad is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. That's all this material is right here. And we use these so consistently. We use them to shape the glass. We use them to kind of push in a certain direction, and it blows the bubble out in a different direction. So we can create a squat shape versus a long shape, or vice versa. Yeah, the longest part of the process is the build-up, because once we have all that glass, we create our jack line, which is a divot in the glass, kind of our breaking point, and then we just blow the glass out. And then it's pretty much done, because this is a sphere. We don't need to attach it to another pipe. We don't need to work on the bottom of it or anything. We just blow it out, and it's kind of done. So most of the process is just going to be building up layer after layer of clear to actually have enough material to work with. And just to check in, does anyone have any questions so far? No, it's a little bit slow right now, but. Oh, just an interesting random thing to point out. We always start our bubbles and our projects on the side benches, and then we move over to the center bench to actually fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. So once we move to the center bench, then you know that we're actually going to start blowing it out and shaping it. And in between layers of clear glass, I'm sure you've already noticed, but we sit there and we just wait quite a bit. This is letting the glass cool down so that it's basically a solid core within the next gather of clear. If we don't do this, then everything is hot all the way through, and then we gather more hot material on top of that, and then we just lose the shape of the bubble that we worked so hard to get. We want to make sure everything stays consistently symmetrical throughout the process. And Tariqa's doing a photo shoot with some of her glass. So they get up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, we don't turn them up beyond that. Maybe they get hotter than that, but that's how hot we use them at. And they all run off of natural gas. And we've disappeared around the corner to our powder booth. So whenever we do go around the corner, this is us going to our powder booth specifically. And this is where we apply a lot of powdered color, especially if we're sifting it onto the glass, because at that point it's dangerous to inhale powdered glass and it's kind of flying around. So we have some good ventilation in this box. So that's where they're all hanging out back there. So we shaped this bubble into a little bit of a tapered shape. This makes sure the powder can go all the way to the very end of the bubble. If it's rounded, then we basically have a vertical angle on the end and the powder just kind of misses it. And this is our powder booth. Luckily, we have a camera in here and we can kind of see what they're doing. So they've just applied a little bit of powdered yellow glass. Or maybe this is a little bit more of a golden color, as you can see with the pieces down here. So this time we've sat down at our center bench, and as I mentioned earlier, this means that we probably have all the glass we need. We'll start to blow it out and shape it here. So we've already started to blow this up a little bit. We're using gravity to shape the glass into a longer, narrower shape. And once again, using this pad of folded up newspaper, Gabe is able to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out. The purpose behind this torch is to heat up any areas that are a little bit colder, a little bit thicker. We're trying to blow this bubble out pretty evenly all the way through. And this area near the pipe tends to be a little bit cold and more resistant to blowing out. So we're going in with the torch, heating up this area. Will probably blow a little bit, and we are going to create the jack line, which is when we squeeze down on the glass with the jacks, these two metal blades, creating a divot in the glass. And this is our breaking point. So once we finish blowing this bubble out to the size we want, we apply some water to that breaking point, tap the pipe, and it pops right off. So this is the biggest bubble that we've made out of this set so far, as you can see. Tariqa's hoping to make some bigger bubbles for the very center so that the rocket ship windshield actually has a dome shape to it, and it's not just, I guess, more two-dimensional. She wants it to be three-dimensional in every way possible. Have those bubbles maybe even overflowing from the windshield and kind of floating away. And could I have well, now let's watch them break it off first. I just wanted to show you all the rocket ship, but I'll do that in a moment. So yeah, at this point we are waiting for it to properly cool. We want the glass to be just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we put it away. If it's hotter than that, it's going to still be moving and it's going to change shape or slump or stick to something when we put it away. If it's any colder than that, then we risk thermal shock. So we have to hover between 900 and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we put it away. So to put pieces away, we will usually break them off at the bench and have someone carry them over to one of our boxes to be put away, one of the annealers. And these sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We just filed at that connection with a water-dipped file. We torch this surrounding area, making sure those cracks don't travel, and this piece is done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece of glass. Thank you. Right, so I wanted to show you all that rocket ship, so that'll pop up on the screen pretty soon here. We have a whole slideshow of Tariqa's artwork, which is up on the screen. And yeah, just a quick note about the annealer. This piece of glass is going to have to sit in there for at least 12 hours to properly cool down. Oh, and this is the rocket ship right here. I know, I'm sorry, I'm bouncing from topic to topic, but this is 9 feet long, just to give you an idea of how large this project is going to be. And it's going to be displayed at the Seattle Art Museum starting May 7th, and it'll go all the way to January 5th. So it's going to be displayed for quite a little while. You have a good chance to see it in person after it's made. And yeah, we're going to continue to make some of these larger bubbles. And maybe if we have time, we'll make some smaller ones as well to fill in any gaps that we have in the windshield. So Tariqa works with many different materials. The rocket ship itself is made out of wood, and then the windshield and the little windows that were bubbles on the side of it, those are all made out of glass. So she works with mixed media. So once again, welcome into the hot shop. If we've had any new people join here and there. Once again, we have visiting artist Tariqa Waters. She's the one in the front here with the blue hair. And everyone else around her is our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time at the museum. And they are basically just supporting her and bringing her vision to life. And what we are making now are very easily relatable to what you're seeing on the floor right here. We're going to continue to create a variety of these bubbles. I think that the ones we're making right now are just sticking to those really spherical shapes, but some of these bubbles have wire cages that they're blown into, and that's how they're getting those creases inside of those bubbles. And Tariqa's been up in the front all day laying these out in different ways, and she's just decided that she wants some bigger bubbles made as well. So the ones you're seeing now are going to be bigger than the ones you're seeing on the floor. The way that we're coloring the glass today, we're using a glass powdered color. So we are mostly just taking the clear glass and rolling it in a dish of that powder and kind of picking it up on the outside. And if you look closely at these pieces of glass, you can kind of see that really light texture from the powder. So we always start our projects on the side benches, and then we bring it over to the center bench to fully blow it out and finish it off. So we will eventually bring it to the center bench. And yeah, for anyone that's curious, I think this is the best area to sit to get a good view. So no, surprisingly, there's not really a difference between these different open face furnaces. We have two on to work at two different benches at the same time, really, and that's pretty much it. I'm not sure why they choose to start their projects on the side bench and then bring it to the center bench. They could just do the whole thing at the center bench, but they just choose not to. Yeah, this is a pretty satisfying process. Once they get all the glass they need, they just make that jack line, that divot, and then they blow it out into the bubble, and it's pretty much done. And you can see all this movement. It's a little bit of thicker glass in that connection area to the pipe, so they're going to have to let that cool down so that it's not continuing to move inside of the annealer when we put it away. And yeah, once again, we're just continuing to make these larger bubbles, which are going to be based kind of in the bottom center, and then they will continue to kind of pile up these bubbles on afterwards. And yeah, these are all going to be attached cold, I should specify. A lot of glass artists will attach things hot in the hot shop. They'll attach everything together with either molten bits of glass or just by superheating those connection points. But this is a huge amount of glass, so that would not physically be possible. So probably use something like epoxy or resin to bind these pieces together. So something a little bit odd here. Yeah, you notice the flames coming out of the top of the hole there. This is actually on purpose, so they've changed how much natural gas is coming through now. And what this is supposed to do is it's supposed to pull the metals from the colored glass to the surface. So any piece you see that has a sort of reflective quality to it, like this one right here, for example, it's a little bit darker, it has kind of a silvery sheen to it. This is what they've done to that piece right there. They pulled the metals to the surface by using this special flame. And I'm not sure how the science of that works exactly, but the different colors we use have metal oxides and minerals and different metals inside of them. And so they can react with things around it. So it looks like they've finished this one off as well. They're going in with a water-dipped file right at that connection point. Then a simple tap of the pipe, and that should pop this piece right off. So just like that, we've finished our second large bubble. Thanks for the applause, everyone. And once again, we just torch that connection point, making sure those cracks don't travel any further. They just stay right where they were put. And that piece is going inside of the annealer, where it will slowly cool for about 12 hours, maybe even a day. And you know, I do kind of want to give you guys some information outside of what we're seeing in the hot shop. Just some things you can apply to the galleries. And I have I don't want to sound like a brain. I have a plethora of knowledge. So if you have any questions about specific designs or anything, feel free to ask away. But I'll give you a specific thing. And this is another way to color glass. And this process is called a color drop or a color overlay. So we have a video that we can show off this process, and you can apply this knowledge to what you see in the galleries. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So yeah, just a random little bit of knowledge that you all can carry with you. Just a really nice explanation with some visuals. And now we're hopping right back into our next bubble. So yeah, this will be pretty much the same process. We'll probably make slight variety of sizes and maybe slight variations of different colors, all ranging in this gold to pink range, of course, and maybe even pulling some of the metals out like we did with the last one. We haven't really done that with a lot of them, but our artist Tariqa really likes that, so she's trying to do that with more of the pieces. And welcome to those who just recently joined in. We are working on some bubbles in the hot shop, quite literally. Bubbles like you're seeing on the floor right here. And the ones that we're making now, we're just trying to create a spherical shape, but they are bigger than the ones you are seeing on the floor so far. They are bigger. So we have all the glass we need for this one that we're working on now. We'll just now start to blow it out and turn it into that spherical shape. And if you guys ever have any questions throughout the process, feel free to let me know. Once again, we have visiting artist Tariqa Waters in here. She's the one who's sitting up in the front. And this piece is going to be massive. Well, we have a little bit of time before they actually blow this out. Could I have the rocket ship up on the screen, please? So this glass that we're working with is all going to come together and form the windshield for the rocket ship, which you can see up on the screen. And this rocket ship is 9 feet long. It is huge. It's made out of wood, and these bubbles are going to be placed at the front, that slant you see there, with a large rondelle behind them. And a rondelle is basically a circular pane of glass that was made today as well. And this will be displayed May 7th to January 5th. So you'll be able to see it on display at the Seattle Art Museum relatively soon. This is coming up pretty quick. Thank you. So at the center bench, we are actually starting to blow this out quite a bit. Gabe has been using this pad to continuously shape the glass. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. That is all that material is that he's been using in his hand. And we are just now creating the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks. We're squeezing down on the glass. This is basically creating a breaking point. So we'll break the bubble off from this line later on. So this time around, we have made this line. We're letting it cool down again, which is telling me that we're going to be gathering another layer of clear glass to add some mass to this piece. So this is going to be even larger. So pretty cool to watch. This time this was a strip gather, and what that means is we gathered a layer of clear and we let some of that glass strip or fall off of the end of the pipe. So we're just getting a partial gather, basically, just getting closer to an exact amount that we need. Then we right away go over to the pipe cooler. This is a huge amount of glass, so I'm sure it's radiating quite a bit of heat. And while this glass is still fresh hot out of the furnace, we start dusting it with that glass powder. And this one is that same gold that we've been using for all of these bubbles. Now, we haven't really had a lot of chances to use this nozzle today, but we just blew some compressed air, hopefully cooling down that connection a little bit before we started to blow this out. And we're using a roller setup now. I think we used this for the rondelle as well, just to make sure that everything turned out super symmetrical. And that's kind of the idea behind it, is symmetricality. Yeah, I think you saw the one we did earlier where we brought the metals to the surface. Yeah, we're doing that same thing again. But yeah, this is definitely the biggest one they've made so far. Perfect. You know exactly when to give applause once it's safely in that box. Yeah, there you go. That's awesome.